Welcome to Free Advice Guy. Let's go ahead and do this. We'll make me large. All right, I'm going to do a couple of things today. All right, let's edit a couple of things here. All right, let's post some clips. Hey, what's up, KK Day? Well, that's a big question. So, what is the money for? Just I'm posting things on uh, socials right now. So Twitter, TikTok, all that sort of stuff. But what's the money for? Let's start there, and we can get into this. 18, live in Hong Kong. All right. So just as a upfront here, I'm a certified financial planner professional here in the U.S. So most of my advice will be based on the things I know here. If there are different rules and all that in Hong Kong, it could be different. But I love, number one, that you're 18 and you're already thinking about what to do with your money. I think that is a great step to take at your age. All right. Post it on Twitter. Yeah. So I worked at Vanguard. I don't know if you know the mutual fund company Vanguard. I worked there for 13 years. My last day was in July, and on August 1st, we launched Free Advice Guide to give free financial advice to the masses. I have a big dream and a big vision, which I can show you here if you'd like to see it. But yeah, I spent 13 years at Vanguard, and then quit my job to do this and hopefully change the world. I'm going to listen to this video on stream.
When the markets crashed, everybody defaulted on their homes and left. They thought we didn't know better. Most people had not experienced anything like that. But if they had just stayed in their home, kept it until today, it would be up 200% from.
We found it, up 200%. Let's go. What other questions you got for me, KK? That's what I'll call you, KK. I mean, I'm kind of lost. I'm still young and going into university, but I also want to learn how to use my future capital into making more money. All right, so if it's okay with you, KK, I'm actually going to go over my full path to financial success. Is that okay? It's a 5-step path. We can go into details on anything that you want, but I'll give you the brief. All right, so number one, if you can, in a document or on a piece of paper, I want you to write begin on the left side. BEGIN. The first step to finding financial success is a budget for B. Your budget needs to be precise. I'm going to pull something up real quick. Let me do this. So when I say a budget, most people do like. I need to make myself smaller. Give me one sec here. There we go. All right. Most people do like a back of the napkin math when it comes to their budgets, and it is not good enough. Most people underestimate how much they spend by like 30 or 40%. It's kind of wild. So when I say a budget, this budget spreadsheet is actually a part of my Patreon. Everyone who's a tiered member gets this, but you should know every dollar what your surplus or deficit is. This is number one. If you want to be successful in your finances, I do spend a lot, my money does vanish. Yes, you should know where every dollar goes so that you can understand essentially your surplus or deficit every month. But what it also tells you is what your basic living expenses are. Those are the things that even if you didn't have a job, you would have, you would need to spend this money to make your life work. There's no way for you to avoid it. So that's number one, getting a budget and making sure it is very specific. From there, the E is your emergency fund. This spreadsheet, I don't have living expenses because I'm still living with my parents. Nice, until September, and I don't have a fixed monthly income. Hey, that's okay. You can put an estimate as your income, right? What's the minimum you're going to make every month post taxes? And then how much are your expenses? And then that will tell you what your emergency fund should be. So your emergency fund, especially when you're, I don't know, when you're living with your parents, all these numbers are going to be less. So we'll get to that in a little bit. That's actually the last step of my process for begin. But once you have your budget, then you can figure out your emergency fund and calculate it how much you need if you want to have 3 months of reserve, 6 months of reserve, 12 months of reserve, or 24 months of reserve. I'm in the 12-month camp. I think you should have about 12 months of expenses in a emergency fund so that if you lost your job for a year, you'd be able to cover yourself for a year. Some people feel comfortable. Maybe they have highly sought after skills and know they wouldn't be without an income because I deliver food. Yeah, that can swing it. But at some point, think about this in your future when you're in your career. You know what I mean? And we're getting to the fun stuff here next. So, but your emergency fund is essentially how much safety you want. If you go without a job for X amount of time, how long do you want to be covered for your basic living expenses? Do you feel good on budget and emergency fund? I don't think I'll need an emergency fund for that long right now. Correct. I agree. But we'll get to that. We'll swing back to that. That is actually N in begin for navigate, but we'll get there. But do you feel good with budget and emergency fund? All right. The next part is goals. This is the most important part when it comes to investing because you need to set a goal for your money. Because if your goal is a short-term goal, then you're going to invest differently than if your goal is a long-term goal. So if you have a short-term goal, you're probably going to be in cash. Maybe you're in some short-term bonds. I would look at money markets or high-yield savings for short-term goals. But if your goal is for retirement, that's where you start to get aggressive. Or just a long-term goal, that's where you start to get aggressive and you want to start looking at, ooh, okay, I'll answer that here in a second. But that's where you would invest more in the stock market for growth if you're looking at the long term. We'll get into the rest here in a second. Day trading versus S&P. I'm an S&P 500. Really, I'm a total market guy. But if you're talking about day trading versus the S&P 500, I'm at S&P 500. I have more faith in the ability of the market to perform over the long term. But I will say day trading, I actually have a video on this on Twitter or on YouTube. So if you want, check out my YouTube channel. I have a bunch of little very short clips to help people think about things with their finances. But day trading, you can make a lot of money. You can also lose it all or lose a lot off of short-term mistakes. You make the wrong move and then boom, the market goes down. So, or that stock goes down. Day trading is, to me, more gambling than investing. All right, so for your goal, what you're going to need to do is set a time horizon and a risk tolerance for that goal. I don't like talking about me because I'm a little bit different, but I'm going to talk about me and then we can talk about the difference. So I'm a very aggressive investor. I believe in the market long term. I'm currently approximately 100% stock for my retirement investing. I believe that 20, 30, 40 years from now, the stock market is going to do well. And I have the stomach, and this is the part for risk tolerance. I have the stomach. That's true. For downturns in the market. If the stock market lost 50% tomorrow, I would be the type to buy more. I'm not the type to sell out when markets get crazy. But to figure out your risk tolerance, think about it on a 5-point scale. 1, meaning you're willing to miss out on most investment returns because you can't stomach market volatility. So you're probably more in like cash. Or you are very comfortable with the wild swings in the market because you want to experience the most growth long term. That would put you at a 5. So you need to figure out where you are there. How did you feel about the REIT in early August? I did not buy more because it wasn't a significant enough drop for me to do it. It's not that I wouldn't have, I just didn't. I'm also starting a business, so the extra income is not as prevalent as if I had a 40-hour job or this business had been going on for a long time. But that could have been a great day to buy because I think the U.S. stock market's up something like 10% from the bottom of that. And Asian markets are actually up 20%. So, like here, let's take a look at this real quick. This is one of my favorite sites. But like if you look at the Nikkei, hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. Let's look at, the 1 month. Look at that. It dropped down to like 31.5 and it's up to 38. So if you invested at that bottom, you'd already be up 20% on the money you invested on that day. So once you have your goal set and your risk tolerance set, you can then set an allocation. Hey, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate that, KK. Or K-Day. But yeah, it's once you have your goals and your risk tolerance all set up, you can then set your allocation. So if you're super aggressive, you're going to have more stock. If you're less aggressive, you're going to have less stock. I like stocks and bonds. Some people like stocks and cash, and we can go over that if you really want to. But I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's so nice. Yeah, my whole job here, I don't know if you saw the mission or anything, but our mission is to empower millions of everyday people by making financial wisdom and guidance accessible to all, fostering widespread financial literacy. We believe that everyone can live a better life if they know how to properly take care of their money. So I quit my job at Vanguard to try and change the world with this. So I have a vision statement and all of that. I'd be happy to show you that as well. But do we feel good on budget, emergency fund, and goals? Because we're already talking about the I a little bit, which is investing. All right. So now we want to talk about the investing portion of it. There are a lot of things to this, and to give a full presentation on this, I probably need at least 10 or 15 minutes, but when you're investing, you're going to set it based on your risk tolerance and time horizon. So you could be more aggressive for a long-term goal. And as you get closer to that goal, you get less and less aggressive to preserve your capital. But there's things on top of that as well. So I don't know what they have there as far as different types of accounts. But for, here in the U.S., we have your normal brokerage account. We have traditional money, which is pre-tax money, and Roth, which is post-tax money. You want to invest certain types of assets into certain types of asset classes to help you maximize your after-tax returns. Because if you put the wrong type of investment in the wrong type of account, you may end up paying more taxes than you need to. Therefore, you're not getting as much after-tax return in the long run. So investing for the short term is not really true investing. Don't really understand tax. We don't really have it here in Hong Kong. Well, I'm jealous of you. I'm jealous of you, K-Day. That's a beautiful thing. We have a lot of tax here in America. So it'd be nice to not have as much tax. That's for sure. So I don't know if you have different account types there, or is it all just a brokerage account, not retirement accounts, things like that? I only have a savings account and a brokerage account I opened less than a month ago. So if you're not really taxed, if you're okay, K-Day, since I don't know the tax situation and the account situation from your side, I'll talk about it from the US side, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. But do you have specific retirement accounts that have different tax treatment? Or is it either just bank account, brokerage account? Is that kind of the only two things you have? Okay, so you personally, not really thinking about retirement right now. Ah, I'm glad you said that, K-Day, because I'm going to tell you to change that mindset right now. The earlier you can get into investing for retirement, the better you will be. The most important factor with investing is time in the market. Do you know the rule of 72? This is one of my favorite rules. So it's essentially a quick guide on how fast the value of your money will double. So you take your return rate on your investments and divide it into 72, and that's how long it'll take for your money to double. So let's just assume a 7.2% return. The US stock market has averaged about 10, but let's say a 7.2% return. If you don't touch it with compounding, your money will double in 10 years, approximately. So the longer you're in the market, the better. Because you may have heard this, you may have not heard this, but your first $100,000 is the hardest to save. Obviously, 100,000 in US, but the first 100,000 is the most difficult for you to get to. Once you get to that 100,000, money starts growing exponentially faster. And the reason for that is your money's not compounding as fast when it's at lower values. So the sooner you can get investing, the faster your money will grow. All right. I'm struggling to put money into my brokerage account since I'm spending money elsewhere. Well, that's where that budget comes in, K-Day. You get the budget there. You figure out exactly how much money you have. The other thing about a budget is it really helps you determine where you can cut expenses. A lot of people don't realize, they spend $5-6 a day on miscellaneous this, miscellaneous that, and they generally do that a couple of times a day. We're talking like at least $500 a year, potentially more, depending on how much you spend. Most of my income is going towards learning Jing, since I believe learning a new skill is more of an investment for the future. Absolutely true. Can you monetize that? I'll be honest, I don't know what Jing is. Jing is an art and entertainment form of mixing music with sound equipment and DJ controllers. Okay, do you want to be a DJ? Is that kind of like your dream? Oh, DJing. I'm an idiot. It's not Jing, it's DJing. All right. You know that's going to be a hard road, but I respect you for going for it. I definitely have. I definitely have. So you you need to think about any money that you want to invest. You got to think about what it's for, right? So if you're putting money aside and it's not for retirement, what is it for? What do you want to spend it on, and how soon do you want to spend it? I'm going to quit sharing my screen for a moment so I can finish posting on socials as well. Short-term happiness. Okay. So that's probably not a investment, right? Because the issue that you run into if you uh, post it, or if you invest money, so say you put X amount of dollars into, it's not, but it's the harsh truth. It's not really harsh. You have to enjoy your life, K-Day. The money you make should make your life more enjoyable. You should do the things that you want to do with life. You should just do it in a responsible way that doesn't hinder your future. Yeah, that's what it's there for.
When the markets crashed, everybody defaulted.
Wait. Oh, how come you gave a gift of a sub to somebody else and you didn't sub for yourself? Oh, no. Well, I appreciate you either way. I like it, K Day. Thank you. Um, all right. So if you let's actually work out a real life example. So if you take your money and you invest, but you know it's for life enjoyment. So, but you want it to grow, so you throw your money in the stock market. And what if something like August 5th happens again and whatever you're invested in drops, 20%? Well, now you have less money to enjoy your life. Your short term expenses should be in like cash or cash equivalents. That makes sense. So, how would you invest in real estate? Because even that, yo, soft, thank you. Thanks for giving a gift to K Day. That's pretty awesome. That is awesome. But so tell me more about the real estate, K-Day. Yeah, so real estate would be more of a long-term investment. Generally, people there's different schools of thought, so I won't say generally, but real estate for a lot of people is the real estate stocks, raw materials. Yep, those are definitely things people can invest in. But you want to think about what your real estate investment is for. Um, because if you, let me see here, uh, your first real estate investment should be your home. And I wouldn't really look at it as an investment. Like, yeah, it's an investment in you, but it's your place to live. That's how I would look at it. Real estate investment generally comes later. Correct. So you're going to spend X amount, whether it's to rent or to own. So figuring out those costs and the benefits of owning as opposed to renting are big. Hey, what's up, Kiwi? Hey, K-Day, you are 18 years old and you already have money saved up. You already have money in an account. You, at least here in America, you're ahead of most 18-year-old kids. Most 18-year-old kids never look at that stuff. Don't think about that stuff. Hey, Kiwi, I worked on a vision statement uh, for the for Free Advice Guy. If you'd love to, or I would love it if you had any thoughts or opinions on it. I'm going to turn these into videos and a playlist as well. This might be 1500 actually. I will be right back. I'm grabbing a different drink. There we go. Begin. And the last one, K-Day, is navigate. Yeah. Budget first and then emergency funds. And you should never touch emergency funds unless you're in an emergency. Yes. The N for in begin is navigate. As your life changes, you need to navigate those changes. Because right now you're an 18-year-old kid about to start school. Life is fairly simple. But at some point, you might get married. You might have kids. You might start a business. You might want to buy a car. You might want to buy a house. You might want life insurance. You may want to pay for your kids' college. So you got to keep reassessing your budget, your emergency funds, your goals. The cool thing about Life K-Day is you grow as a person. Do not gamble, K-Day. If you ever do go to a casino, and I've been to a casino, I look at it as entertainment, not as a chance to make money. I only go to a casino with what I'm willing to lose. I'm going to spend X amount of time here and lose X amount of dollars. Just as though I were to go to the fair or go see a movie or something like that, although movies are much less expensive. I'm going to grab a drink real quick and then answer more questions. Yeah, let's go Texas. You can already gamble, K-Day. They don't let us gamble until 21 here. Most places. Random story. When I was 18, we were allowed to gamble in Arizona. And then they changed it to 21. So I was allowed to gamble. They took my ability to gamble away. And then they brought it back. But again, I rarely gamble. It's not a good use of your money. Pai Gow was my favorite game because you could spend a lot of time and not a lot of money. Hey, and Kate, if you find this conversation valuable, Crash and Sweet Bonanza. I do not know those. But if you find this conversation valuable, I'd love it if you hit up the socials and followed or subscribed. And then if you think your friends or family could benefit from conversations like this, send them my way. Man, they get kids young. Gambling's an addiction. The dopamine hit you get from winning in gambling is addictive. You play any video games, K-Day? You play Valorant? My man. Yeah. Yes, I do. I don't mean to brag, but I was an episode 8, Act 2 champion. Hey, I'm Diamond 3 right now. I've been slacking. I don't play nearly enough competitive to know what my real rank is. Could be lower. I've peaked Immortal 1, 75 RR. Soft, who's here in the chat, is way better than me, and his peak is lower than mine because Valorant is weird. Yeah, a lot of my clips, K-Day, have Valorant in the background. Oh, K-Day. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I haven't in a little bit, but I do spend money on skins. My favorite Phantom is the Protocol Phantom. And my favorite Vandal, it goes back and forth, but I really do like the fish one, the Glug Glug one. Neptune, that's right. I love the Neptune Vandal. The black one is so sick, the water in it. But there's a bunch of good Vandal skins. I like guns that sound like lasers. So if they ever do a Z 2.0 with a Vandal, I'm in. Okay. The new Champions Phantom, my main issue with it is it looks like a ripoff of the Ion Phantom. With that little thing that spins. Yeah. I think the best Champions skin set they did was last year's. The Vandal has the best fire sound. Completely agree, Kiwi. Completely agree. That Vandal is fire. I kind of regret not getting it. And now I'll never have it. K-Day, if I was rich as F, I would also own almost every skin in the game. Which one, Kiwi? The first one? Because the first one's unique because it's the first one, but it just sounds like a normal Vandal. I think they really messed up there not giving it a fire sound. Dead is in Pharma. He's almost never in Hong Kong. Wait, I thought you said Hong Kong doesn't really have taxes. Yeah, last year's Vandal Kiwi was just absolute fire. Absolute fire. We don't tip at all. Wow. You don't tip at all. Do they just pay servers better there? I enjoy tipping for good service. But I guess it's probably better if you have a consistent income instead. Well, I guess if it's a cultural thing, that's probably good because tipping is weird here. Like I'm sure you've seen it. You'll go in to pick up food, and they ask you if you want a tip. You're like, what? I'm just picking up food. What's the tip for? All right. Tipping is a way people feel good in America. Like if I was ever a baller, I'd be giving out $100 tips on like $10 bills. I wouldn't be one of those people. All right, Katie, I need to know, who do you main in Valorant? Yeah, that was a different meta. That's when Ye was the best player in the world. Yo, that's sick, Soft. I would love to do something like that. Your uncle sounds like an awesome dude. Yeah, I never play Duelist because Soft is an insane duelist. But the only map I like being Duelist is Raise on Bind. That is my favorite gaming experience of all, is when I get to play Raise on Bind. Soft is our fragger. Alright, so hold on, K-Day. Soft doesn't enter, but it's because we don't follow him. If Soft does what a duelist is supposed to do, he gets on site, and then we just sit at the entrance of main and let him die. Exactly. We don't trade him. I try to get in there. I'll be Sova. I'll drone into a site. Soft goes in, and then somehow I'm second into site. Makes no sense. Soft should be signed, bro. He's so good. Soft doesn't want to put the effort in. He should go pro, though. But I think it's because he doesn't feel Valorant would be enjoyable playing it 12 hours a day. I get sick. The game is emotionally taxing. I wish I could not care as much about winning and losing, but it's not my personality. I want to win swift plays. It is an addiction. I don't know how they did it. You get people who like Alt F4 when they lose, and then 5 minutes later they're back on. The more you lose, the more you play. The more you win, the more you play. Yeah. I don't know if they put a drug somehow visually, but the game is beautiful also. Valorant did a really good job of making the game beautiful. Yeah. Uh-oh. Cub. Time to get a ban. Premiere really is enjoyable. Not this last season. Definitely episode 8, Act 2. Yeah, it's kind of funny, K-Day. I actually, during the day, if there's no active conversations going on in chat, I load up Valorant, play games, and then post the channel in the games. I'm probably going to change this, but right now it's from 11:30 to 4:30 Arizona time, which is 2:30 to 7:30 Eastern time, and then I stream some nights. I'll be honest, Champions has thrown off my sleep schedule and my stream schedule. Hey, I'm glad you found me as well. So yeah, that actually you touched on it there with stocks and bonds. Those guys start before the market opens. So if I'm going to do that, I need to start getting on at like 6 in the morning here in Arizona time. But then I don't know how late I'd stream, so I got to figure that out. I just want to get in front of as many people as I possibly can to help them with their finances. Did you see how long it actually is? I don't know if you can see. I don't know. But it's a crazy long beard. But yeah, have you seen the here, check out my video if you're into this. Hopefully it's worth the time. Yeah, let's brush it, Kiwi. Let's go. Whoop. Got to get the underside, make sure there's no tangles, and then it gets all fluffy. Look at that. You got to bring it back. Bring it back. Show Karambit, let's go. I don't know if you've seen one of these, K-Day. It's from my buddy Wiz. He ordered the white one and they sent him the purple one. Wait, there we go. So he sent this to me for free. It's pretty heavy duty too. Like this would hurt. I don't think it would pierce your skin. I guess if you jabbed it hard enough it would, but it's pretty hardcore. Ooh, the prime gold one. Show the sword. So I don't know if you could tell, K-Day, this is a sword right here. It's from World War II. All right. Do you want to see my video, K-Day? It's 44 seconds. Both were gifted from the rich friend. I love that. Oh, you have the chamber gun? I have not seen that one. All right, let's look at this.
Welcome to Free Advice Guy.
Whoops.
I'm Luke Halter, Free Advice Guy. I've been a certified financial planner professional since 2014, but I'm not your typical financial advisor. At Free Advice Guy, our mission is to empower millions of everyday people by making financial wisdom and guidance accessible to all, fostering widespread financial literacy. We believe that everyone can live a better life if they know how to properly take care of their money. To join the mission, watch live streams and videos, and connect on Patreon or other social media platforms. At Free Advice Guy, we will discuss topics and strategies to improve your financial future. As a fiduciary, I will always do what's in your best interest. Let's begin to change the world together.
Anyway, I love that video. I've cried to it multiple times. I do. Freeadviceguy.com. Let's take a look at it. Freeadviceguy.com. Boom. It's got a sweet little toggle down here. What do you want, light mode or dark mode? I kept it super basic. Dark. Yeah, I like dark too. I am not tan. I don't know if you could see. I'm not the most tan person. 4 a.m. All right, so what time are you normally watching streams, K-Day? All right. So the reason my eventual... Oh, I never finished this. Champions has totally messed up my sleep schedule and my stream schedule because games don't start until 1 a.m. here. So I generally try to watch at least the 1 a.m. game. But the second game might not start until close to 4 a.m., which means it might not end until 6 or 7. And I got kids. I'm married with 3 kids, so... kids don't care if you had a late night. They want you up and they want you to play, no matter what. So once Champions is over, almost 5, almost 3, and 1. I live a dream life, K-Day. I can't lie. Yeah, if we can, we might do another. We'll see. Hey, real quick, look at how short my beard is in this picture. And then how long it is up here. Did the logo based on, that's not short. Short for me. That's like 3 to 4 inches shorter than it is now. That's probably about this length, maybe. And then, whoop. It feels short to me. What does CV stand for? I've seen that phrase, and I now I'm too afraid to ask. But since you said it, what does CV stand for? You think on the website I should have it? Curriculum vitae. I'll have to look that up. I've seen CV pop up on a bunch of sites. But eventually, we'll have logos or t-shirts and stuff people can buy. These were made by my brother-in-law's wife. I need to put this back. Hold on. So, what experience would matter to you? Because part of the reason I jumped into this, and if you really do have the time and effort, there's a real boom in financial advice going on Instagram Reels. I have been posting them. I'm just not getting much traction. So, if you follow, like, and subscribe, I didn't want to be one of those guys, but I've only been doing it for 20 days. But I post clips on Twitter, TikTok, and Instagram. Maybe I'm not using the right tags to bring viewers. Soft made me a clip, and it got 4,000 views, and everything else has been much, much less than that. Much less than that. Like, I don't know. I'll show you. I don't know what's been going on here. So like these for the last week have been not great, but then I was getting hundreds of views on these earlier ones, and then boom, Soft's right here at 4,000. But anyway, I got into this because I noticed there's a bunch of people. I do both, K-Day. So I don't really have a good video editor as well. I do it. There's actually a really cool program called CrossClip. So I create clips from Twitch, and then you can create a clip from here. I'm just gonna do a random clip. I'm gonna mute this. So then you can throw your camera right here. Then you can highlight whatever you want. So he's in his own video. But then you yeah, you got to create them on a mobile device. Anyway, it's a neat program, but this is all I got. It's hard to come up with the time and energy. Yeah, I've reached 967 accounts in the last 30 days. Let's view insights. It's a really low attention span to talk about something like financial advice to an audience watching reels for entertainment. You need a very strong hook, something relatable. So that is what I try to do, but I'm happy to look at different things like right here. Gains, but with only medium risk. See, that doesn't really compute. If you want big gains, you have to take bigger risks. The more risk, the more return potential. If you want bigger gain. So I'm trying to make these short, easy to digest clips for people so they can learn something real quick, and then hopefully that drives them to the site. Small cap stocks, right? It's before they blow up. They only have a smaller market cap, and then as their stock price expands, then their cap size grows, and they get into medium cap, and then the large cap. I said medium cap. I should have said mid cap. So you get a lot more growth potential generally in your small cap stocks. There's a lot more runway for them to run. Small cap stock. Anyway. Dude, the people who post the clips where the car is just going over those things, I don't know why they're so popular, but if I had a proper video editor software and the time, because the clips I just showed you I could build a clip in 30 seconds. Well, it takes longer than that because I got to actually cut it from Twitch. But once I cut it from Twitch, it literally takes me a minute to generate a clip. The hardest part is actually going through the stream and finding clips that are worthy of turning into shareable clips. So like after today's stream, I'll go back and review this conversation and see if there was anything worthwhile to turn into a short-term clip. But that's the hard part. Hey, I don't mind you being frank at all. Yeah, that's a good point, K-Day. It's for short reels. It's hard to really get into the meaning. It definitely is. It's definitely an issue. But I try to do different ones, like let's see here. TikTok, not doing good. What's weird is last week I had one clip do well. So like this one. Boom. So like that one. It's just talking about budget and how important it is in someone's life. Boom. I like that, K-Day. I'll keep that in mind. The problem is they're clipped from Stream. And when I'm talking to people, I want them to understand in a conversation. Because content creation is not my goal. My goal is to build a community where we talk about this stuff. Where people come in, ask questions, and I'm able to explain it to them in a conversation setting. There's no way to make someone a financial expert or to feel truly comfortable with finances in a clip. But I could, I guess, I could just spend time talking about that. But even then, I wouldn't know what to do for like what topics, how to title them, what hashtags to use, stuff like that. If and when the channel grows and I have more money for it, I'd probably hire a social media manager to build clips and either pay them per clip or share in the profits of social media revenue. But Katie, I'm always, yeah, that's true, soft. I need to be either bashing Trump or bashing Harris. If I start doing that, I'll grow. This political person or political party sucks. Dude, soft, that would be hilarious. Trump will be a dictator. Now that I got you, let's talk about what a Roth IRA is. You know what? I'm actually going to talk to my wife and do that. I brought up the idea of finance and chill. I thought about that as well, K-Day, and doing round finances budgeting, right? Where who should buy who what. I just realized we got to change this Twitter symbol. It's the X now. And I'm wondering if I should switch from having my mission statement everywhere to having my vision statement instead. Do you think this would have more of an impact? I like the suggestions, K-Day. The only thing stopping me is time. If I was a single dude and I could spend 16 hours a day streaming and creating clips and all that sort of stuff, my life would be easy. My life would be easy. Yeah, K-Day, especially with the DJing stuff. If you go on TikTok or Twitter now, or Twitch, for some reason I'm being recommended a bunch of DJing stuff. Oh, they changed it. This was DJing for the last like 2 weeks. Randomly, President Trump. Should I try one of these collaborate things? I don't even know. Unemployment goes hard. I would like that soft. If I ever blow up soft, I hope you know. I'm taking care of you. So how does this work? Can I just click on this guy? Oh, nope. So where do you knock? Knock. Should I try it? What do you think, chat? Should I just go ahead and click knock and see what happens? What do you think about investing in crypto? This is a great question, K-Day. This is one of the more important questions of our time. I would say, what are you investing in it for? I think a lot of people think they're going to invest $100 into crypto, and that they're going to make $1 million. People need to understand why they're invested in crypto. That would be number one. If you were to invest in crypto, I'm generally all right, pros and cons. Pros, it is a limited source. So it's finite on how many Bitcoins or how many coins there are generally out there. So when you limit the amount that is potentially there, you are lowering supply, which generally increases costs or value in this case. So unlike, say, the US dollar, which can continuously be printed, devaluing the current dollars already in circulation. Whereas crypto is finite. There's only a certain amount, so you're not going to have an inflationary pressure against Bitcoin. So the same for stocks where there's only limited volume. Yes, but it's much easier to issue new shares of stock than it is for coins. Stocks are also completely different because you're investing in a company, right? So you decide to invest in Apple because you think their valuation is going to go up. Now you're hitting another thing, K-Day. See, you already know some of this stuff. Meme coins, yes. Dogecoin. But one of the cons is that Bitcoin is not backed by anything. It's literally an electronic currency. Well, bubble market has a lot of assumptions to it. It's possible that one of the things that Bitcoin has done is made it so you can buy things with it. Once you can buy things with it, that changes the game for any currency. And because it's decentralized, it can be traded in any market. You can be anywhere in the world and accept Bitcoin for payment. Right? If I wanted to accept Bitcoin, I have no idea how to do that. I have no idea how to accept Bitcoin. But once it's an actual tradable currency in the real world, it gains validity. All right, it's another good point, K-Day. Why would a cryptocurrency lose value? There are legit reasons for this. People sell it, they don't believe it anymore. But with all these cryptocurrencies, it's all based on which one happens to catch, right? Ethereum, I believe, is the next one up after Bitcoin. Exactly, K-Day. For an 18-year-old kid, you are pretty knowledgeable on this stuff. If that's an assumption, that's a good assumption because it's correct. It's not based on anything. It doesn't have any intrinsic value. Right? Like comparing Bitcoin, say, to gold. Gold has an intrinsic value. It's an actual thing you can hold in your hand. It also happens to be a use asset that can be put into certain products, whereas Bitcoin is nothing. It's just what people have in it. Right? They decided that one of these coins was worth 70,000 of their dollars, even though it's completely electronic. It's in the ether somewhere. Well, it could be. It depends, because if it catches validity, if it's around for the next forever, if it never goes away, there's not necessarily a negative to owning it or investing in it. Because the one thing that it also does, K-Day, is a hedge against inflation of whatever currency you want. So let's go over an extreme example. Say you own Bitcoin. You own one Bitcoin that's worth $50,000 or whatever it's trading for right now. But you own one Bitcoin, and the U.S. dollar, right? So 50,000 U.S. dollars buys one Bitcoin. But what if we have mass inflation? As our dollar decreases in value, it will take more to buy a Bitcoin. Yep, hyperinflation. So it'll, as the currency devalues itself, your Bitcoin becomes worth more of those dollars. So it's a hedge against inflation. But you could say that about all assets, really. Same thing for a home, gold, this brush. Or this sweet wooden comb, which exfoliates as you use it. I don't know if it would work. I know I hit the mic, but did you hear that? I don't even know. ASMR I find interesting. I bet you have a full head of hair, though, don't you, K-Day? Yeah, you should let it grow out to your shoulders, just so you can whip it in the air. I like being bald, but I regret never growing the surfer guy cut. I never just got to let it flow in the wind, like a Baywatch lifeguard. She wants you to keep it clean. My mom passed away, but before I passed away, she hated my beard. I wouldn't say hated it, but she always said she wanted to see my handsome face instead. She'll have a razor or two handcuffs once I go home. You getting it clipped. Yeah, my wife is the gatekeeper for my beard. If she didn't like it, I would chop it off. So there was a point I grew it. It was less long than this significantly, and she was like, I think you need to trim it down. And I trimmed it down, and she's like, I miss your long beard. And I've just been growing it out ever since. But all I care about is what my wife wants. If she wanted me to fully get rid of the beard, bam, clean face. I don't even know if I have a picture of me with a clean face. I love that idea. All right, I'm going to see if I think I have a picture, one picture with my clean face. Let me see here. Maybe I do not. Texas made me turn in my beard or turn in my ID when I got an ID there. I'm probably going to have to do the same thing here in Arizona and get rid of my Texas ID. I wouldn't. So I'm not opposed to drinking, but I don't drink on a regular basis. I generally drink for occasion, right? If we're celebrating or something like that. I drank like when we came back to Arizona. I forgot what we were doing on I think it was a Sunday with my father-in-law. He and I were drinking, but before that, I couldn't tell you the last time I drank. And I do not smoke. Man, where is... I swear I had a picture of my ID. I'm really sad I do not. Aha! I found it. I don't know if you'll be able to see this in stream, but let me see this real quick. My chin ends right there. It is different, right? The beard definitely has a different look. I'm trying to see if I have any pictures. Let's go to some old pictures here. It's funny, until I dated my wife, I had no, or I had a short beard. Or no selfies, I'm sorry. And then I started dating my wife and I started taking selfies because she always wanted me to send selfies. I know it is, K-Day. That's what I'm hopefully here for, to help people start thinking about it. The younger you start it, the better you're going to be, the better off you're going to be. I promise you. You will not regret investing early. Yeah, I literally have no pictures of me. This is funny. I have this one IRL picture from way back in the day. Yeah, you can't even really see me here. If I invested in VOO right now, I'll use that money to retire. Yeah, I mean that's how you should look at it. Because remember the rule of 72. Here, let's. Vanguard has a Hong Kong hub, correct? All right, so we're just gonna use this right here. So since inception, wow, no way. Since 2010, wow, that's actually crazy. This means it's doubled every 5 years. What? But see, like the way compound works, right? You throw $500 in it right now, it doubles to 1,000. You know, let's just say it averages 10%, just for the sake of this conversation. So you have 500 in 7.2 years, it doubles to 1,000. Then in 7.2 years to 2,000, 7.2 years to 4,000. Yeah. AI is going to shape certain things in the future, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. But that's where compounding comes into play, and that's why the initial part of doubling, right? 1,000 to 2,000, 2,000 to 4,000, 4,000 to 8,000, 8,000 to 16,000, 16,000 to 32,000, 32,000 to 64,000, but then 64,000 to 128,000, then to 256,000, and to 512,000, and over a million. So that's where, the growth is like this, or I guess from your side. I could sell my 2 stocks in Tesla right now, get 1 stock in VU, but I don't know if it's the right time. What do you think I should? Is there a best time? No, there is no best time. The one thing I will tell you about owning an individual stock compared to the 500 index or a larger index is you're taking more risk. With more risk, you could potentially get more return. So it's possible that Tesla will outperform the 500 index fund as a whole. It's absolutely possible. So let's take a look at this. TSLA, Tulsa. So let's look at it over the last, we only got 3 years. I don't know if this accounts, was this when they did their stock split? Without knowing if there's a stock split in there, it'd be hard to know. On my very, very, very first round of investing, I made around $30 in Amazon, Tesla, and Apple. It's more money than you had before, and that's really the reason you invest, is for your money to grow. So that's really what you want to look at. Is the risk reward worth it for you? Investing in one stock can lead you to higher returns, but it can also, a single company can cease to exist. Right? There were big companies who ruled their industry or had a great run on the stock market in the past, and now they cease to exist. They don't exist at all. So I used to work for a company called AIG. I worked for a phone company as a cold caller. It was the worst job I think I ever had, but at MCI. MCI was a gigantic phone company. And if you were invested in their retirement, a lot of your retirement was their stock. So they ceased to exist. So a lot of people lost most of their retirement because they were invested in MCI. So that's the risk you're taking. But what if MCI blew up? What if instead of going the MCI route, they ended up going the Apple route and they end up exploding? Because Apple in its history, I think got down to like $1 or $2. Correct. You are spreading out your risk, K-Day, with an index fund. Even if you wanted to do sectors, like let's do Products and services, mutual funds, view all mutual funds, open filters, asset class, sector. All right, let's look at information, IT right here. So look at, so there are definitely individual tech companies that have performed better than this per year. But look at these returns year over year. For the last 20 years, it's averaged 14%. Yeah, it's possible that Tesla or some other tech company was going to do better than what the index fund. Actually, I can guarantee it. It probably doesn't break it down per company. Where is the full holding details, right? So it's possible that these individual, like Nvidia, if you had owned Nvidia over the last 5 years and Nvidia alone, you would have smoked the total stock market, the 500 index fund, and the information technology fund. You would have absolutely smoked it. But did you have any idea that Nvidia was going to do what it ended up doing? Did you ever think it had a shot at being the most valuable company in the world? Yeah, that's exactly it, Kate. We don't have time machines, and it's impossible to know the future. There's a book that if you want to read, it's kind of dry, but it's called The Little Book of Common Sense Investing by John Bogle. That book changed my life. It changed the way I look at stocks. It changed the way I viewed investing. There's one thing I don't understand about the stock market. Hit me. If I invested $500 and it dropped, to example, for $450 after a couple months, I could always wait it out until price goes back to $500 or higher to sell. I feel like it's impossible to lose money, or am I incredibly naive? This is a deep question. You might not even realize it, K-Day. You could... I'm going to give you a short answer and say it's sort of naive. Historically, let's do this. Historically, let's look at total stock. Yo, what's up, Maniac? Do they not have investor shares anymore? That stinks. I might have to look for another chart to make my point here. Since inception 2000. Where is the other share class? U.S. stock market values through history chart. Let's see. I'm going to answer your question a little more specifically in a second, Katie. I just want to show you something. Let's see what this is. All right. So, this U.S. stock market index, I have no idea what this valuation is. Is this the market cap? Doesn't matter. So if you look at historically, wait, that's not historically. The stock market is close to 100 years old. So historically, if you invested in the entire, it does look like the 500 index because it says 500 here. Oh yeah. Okay. I don't want this chart. You know what? I don't need a chart. I'm going to make my point anyway. Historically, in the long run, you've always made money investing in the overall stock market. That doesn't mean you're going to continue forever. The stock market could collapse. Different things could collapse. Different companies could collapse. You could have the country have problems and collapse. So it's absolutely possible that you could lose a lot of money. You also compound that by investing in a few stocks over another. So assuming the world goes normal, I believe 10, 20, 30, 40 years from now, you're going to be ahead if you invest in the total stock market. At the same time, I can't tell you for sure that Tesla will be around in 10, 20, 30, 40 years. I might have a strong feeling it will, but we have no idea. So without knowing, you could lose a lot of money by investing in a single stock for all your funds. You can make a lot of money, but you could lose a lot of money at the same time. Generally, if you have a stop loss, it's for a certain time period and you have to pay for those. So unless you're going to continue to buy stop losses, no. But what I'm talking about would be a devastating economic collapse where that wouldn't even matter, right? If the world is normal. Okay, you're just talking about putting in an option for a trade. I got you. My bad. I thought you were talking about like buying a call or something, but yeah, you said stop loss, so you definitely could. Hey, McLovin, welcome to the channel. But yeah, you don't have to pay for stop losses, but you have to continuously put them in and have your sells. Although I still think those are options. You don't have to pay for them, but you have to put them in for a certain amount of time. So you'd have to keep resetting them at minimum. I am McLovin. I am streaming on Twitch, TikTok, Kick, Twitter, and YouTube. All at the same time. So you could do that, K-Day, if you wanted to. And if that was your life, you could. But then how do you set the right stop loss? Because if you're a long-term investor, so say you put it in Tesla, Tesla's worth, $200 a share, and you put your stop loss for 150, but your cost basis is 100. All right, so it hits 150 and you sell it all. You've realized the $50 gain on this money or on this investment, but then it goes back up, right? How do you know when the bottom is actually truly going to fall out? It's impossible to know that. It's impossible to know if the bottom is truly going to fall out. Are the downturns temporary, or are they forever? Because remember, during like the 08, 09, you would have been a young kid, but I'm sure you've learned about it. But in 08, 09, a lot of people thought that was it. The whole economy was going to collapse. I have not seen The Big Short. I feel like I'm going to have to because a lot of people ask it. I lived it, if that makes sense. But yeah, I was alive and kicking in 08, 09. So I got to experience all that. Yeah, the movie is a good movie. I think it helps people understand things. I think the problem is because it's in a movie, nobody took the lesson seriously. The stock market is very interesting. So they did a good job doing that. But I think number one, there's a perception problem with what the stock market is. And this is where the little book of common sense investing helps. A lot of people think I'm going to invest money. Yep, that was a meme, K-Day. That was a meme. How do you get people to pay attention? Put someone on screen in a bath and they'll pay attention. But people think they're just going to throw, I'm going to put $1,000 in the stock market and I'll be a millionaire. And over time, it's possible that may be a thing that happens, but reality, it takes time, and you got to put more investment in and all that. Like, it's generally built to make money over time, and a lot of people think the stock market is like a get rich quick thing. I know I'm not saying you do, but most people, like the general public, just don't understand what the stock market really is. Nah, those are irrelevant to me, K-Day. Those are for day traders and all that. I take the approach of broad market investing, because why try to buy a needle in a haystack or find a needle in a haystack when you could just own the whole haystack and that needle is included? You know what I mean? All right, McLovin, I have quite a lot of disposable income, maxing out a managed ISA. Wanting to learn about getting investing myself, what is the best way to learn? Well, coming here, McLovin, is a good way to start. I already went over this earlier, so hopefully chat is okay, but I have a process that you could follow to maximize your potential success in the future. So number one, you need a budget. Number two, you need to have an established emergency fund. From there, you set up goals for the money. Once you have your goals and you figure out your time horizon and risk tolerance for those goals, you then determine how you want to invest or save towards those goals. And as your life changes, you navigate those changes. So begin. Tell McLovin to hop on Twitch. McLovin, you got a Twitch, or you just prefer... I'm okay with Kick, because I need to grow that as well. So I'm okay if you stay there, but... is your entire retirement plan placed in the stock market, or do you have other assets? I do have other assets. I have real estate. I own very tiny amounts of metals, actual metals. I own a little bit more than that in metals that are, I don't know how to word this. You trade the paper, but you own the metal at the same time, if that makes sense. So real estate, a little bit of metals. Those might be it. Yeah, I think that's about it. Not that I'm opposed to any of them. Those are just the ones that I trust the most. No, K-Day. I quit my job at Vanguard to pursue this full time. I want to change the world. So I quit my job. My wife and I are willing to make sacrifices with our kids to try and build a real community and change the world. I eventually, I kind of wrote in this document here, this is how typical financial advisors work. I want to build a community of, I'd love to, millions of people where we share our experiences and learn from each other. And then we help each other reach our financial goals. And as a certified financial planner professional, I lead that. I was, back in 2014 and 2015, I was a financial advisor. My more recent position is I was a manager of a team of financial advisors, high net worth financial advisors at Vanguard. And McLovin, to give you some background, I've been a certified financial planner professional since 2014. I worked for 13 years at Vanguard, and I quit my job last month and launched Free Advice Guy, or relaunched Free Advice Guy August 1st to give free advice to the masses and create a community to do it. So K-Day, the hope is that I never have to go back and get a normal job again, that this can be what my life's purpose really is. It will be for at least the next few years as we build this up. So any help you can provide in spreading the word would be appreciated more than you know. These are the early days, man. We are a startup right now. My company has been in existence for less than 2 months. And McLevin, are you in America? An ISA. I'm not sure I know this phrase. Oh, just an individual savings account? Oh, it's a. And are you in the UK, McLevin? Hey, I used to work for Vanguard, McLevin. 13 years. I got to meet some of the people working in the UK office. That was one of the coolest things I did at Vanguard, actually. But all right, so McLevin, I got to be straight with you. I don't know all the rules and account types at in the UK, so I'm going to give you my knowledge generally, and we'll go from there. You could put 20,000 in on a yearly basis. I like that. So now, see, I wonder, is this kind of like a stock, shares, ISA? You have to be older than 18 and under 40 to open one. That's an interesting rule. Why under 40? How ISAs work. Let's go. So this is, I think, similar to. Do not need to declare or capital gains on it. What? You do not pay tax on interest on cash in an ISA, income or capital gains. So I wonder if this is like an IRA. Is this a retirement account, McLevin? It isn't a lifetime ISA. That is for a house. I'm doing a managed ISA. I was just looking to see what an ISA is. So is that specifically a retirement account? We got a chat on Twitch asking how old you are, McLevin. I'm assuming you got to be, if you got a managed ISA through Vanguard. Actually, I won't assume anything. I guess you could do that at any age. Not any age, but. So the reason I'm asking if it's a retirement account, McLevin, is how it's treated for taxes. UK that you don't get taxed on. Man, so even when you take withdrawals from it, so like here in America, we have something called an IRA. And as long as you don't take money out of it, like a traditional, as long as you don't take money out of it, you don't get taxed. It grows and pays dividends, whatever you're invested in, it does what it does. But when you take money out of it to go and spend it on Main Street, that's when you would pay taxes on it. But for this ISA, you never pay taxes on it. And just so you know, Katie, I think Kick is a few seconds behind Twitch. I'm still trying to figure out how that all goes. All right. McLevin says he's coming over to Twitch now. Wait, Where's that audio coming from? Oh, there we go. Last week I was wondering why the stock market wasn't moving. Then I realized it wasn't open on the weekends. Or holidays, or federal holidays. Hey man, you're learning. The fact that you care about this stuff at 18 years old is huge. And again, I hope if you take anything away from our conversation today, there's multiple things I hope you take away from our conversation today. But one of the main things I hope you take away from the conversation today, yo, Taylor Diego, thank you for the follow, is to start saving earlier for retirement. Don't wait. The earlier you start saving for retirement, the better. Taylor, are you McLovin? You got some. There's always some, K-Day. That's where your budget comes in. Well, I guess that's not true. All right. What's up, McLovin? For retirement savings, K-Day, you should be putting... This changes. Assume you want to retire at 65 years old. In America, you need to be saving at least 10% of your gross income to do that. If you want to retire early, you increase it. If you want to retire better, you increase it. Do you know who Beard Meats Food is, McLevin? I'm embarrassed to ask that, but... Can you give me a ratio on spending, savings, investing, retirement? Well, yikes. No, K-Day. There is no direct answer to that, and I apologize. Savings overall, savings and spending, savings, it all depends on what your goals are. Like we can talk it out and kind of get to a ratio, but it's going to be different for every person, because savings, you only need savings up to an emergency fund. So once you reach a certain savings goal, you don't need to be saving anymore. There's no point. There's no purpose. There's no gain to it. So, like if you just keep stacking more and more cash, there should be a goal for that money. So actually, I take that back. So you would start saving more. Like your first savings goal is to save for an emergency fund. Yo, that's pretty sick, K-Day. After you have an emergency fund, you might be saving for a house, right? And then with your investing, the amount you need to invest depends on what the goal is. So for me, I would love to say 20%. Invest 20% of your money and make it work for you, but it could absolutely go higher. Yo, I appreciate it, Acer. But does that make sense, K-Day? Like if you invest 20%, you should hit your retirement goals, but you may need to increase it because you may have other goals, right? When you have kids, you might want to start saving for college. When I need to invest more, you may want to open a business that's actually probably savings, and your spending. What I will tell you about your spending, K-Day, is as low as possible. The number one thing that stops people, from being able to retire is their expenses are high. I saw something about cost of raising a child is now $310,000. Yeah, that's possible. Are long-term investments the way to go rather than day trading, especially being in the UK? All right, so I can't talk specifically for the UK, so I'm going to talk investing in general. The thought around this, Taylor, I'm going to call you Taylor instead of McLevin because I'll forget to call you McLevin, is the risk you take. Yo, Thanks for the another gifted sub, K-Day. Hey, and he did it to Soft. Wait, is paying forward the gift they got from Soft to Acer? Yo, that's awesome. All right, so Taylor, let's talk about day trading versus are long-term investments the way to go? When you say long-term investments, I'm going to assume you mean index funds or mutual funds that own broader pieces of the market. The specific risk you're taking with day trading is one, the volatility of the market, and you are concentrating your risk into an individual position. The benefits of day trading, you can make a ton of money. There's no doubt about it. I'm going to say if you got some luck involved, but there are people who believe in charts and things like that. If you read those right and you make the right moves, you can have a ton of earning potential. There's no doubt about that. The problem is the additional risk you're taking. Whereas when you invest in the entire market, you're not betting on one stock. You're just betting on the entire market moving up over time. So it brings you more stability generally and less risk generally. Does that make sense, Taylor? All right, give me 1 second. So I need to use the restroom. Throw questions in. I'll be right back. All right. What about individual stocks like the big companies, or is it better to go for the index? So you run into the same things, Taylor. So let's just say you invested in Nvidia, and that was the one stock you purchased. You're probably really happy with that purchase because it's outpaced the 500 index fund. But let's take a look at. Let me go back to this. Let's look at the 500 index fund. All. So you, over time, it's really hard to beat this market. Man, I wish it went longer than 1 year performance. Charts. I just want to see the percentage yield over time. That's all I want to see. But okay. Well, we're going to talk about this generically speaking. Over the lifetime of the stock market, it's really hard to pick winners and losers. It's very difficult. The smartest people in the world have a hard time beating the stock market, just the general stock market over time. For the last 100 years, not 100 years, we'll call it 90 years, the stock market has, the overall stock market, so I'm not just talking about the 500 index fund, I'm talking about the total stock market, has averaged around 10%. So what stock over that amount of time has performed better than the overall market during that same amount of time? I don't know that you could find one. I don't know that you could name one. But over short periods of time, it's possible that certain companies will outperform. They definitely do. Oh, I need to shut the door. Let me go give the wife and kids a hug and kiss real quick. grab a couple of diapers.
The other one. Others.
This one?
No.
Do you care which?
No.
Doing family man stuff. One sec. All right, love you.
Love
Love you. Hi, hi.
you.
All right, we back to it. Does that make sense, Taylor? About the investing in individual stocks, like the big companies, as opposed to investing in an overall market?
Bye.
Oh, bye, baby.
Bye.
Bye, baby. Hi. Hi. My kids are cute. So anytime you invest in a individual security as opposed to a broad market, you're just taking additional risk on. When you take additional risk, your reward can be much higher. But there are companies that were the top of the game, top of the markets that no longer exist anymore. Like big companies that no longer exist. Right, so Compaq Computers, Kodak, Radio Shack, like all these companies were huge at one point, and now they no longer exist. Right, but there was a point that if you would have invested, like if you picked the right time to invest in Kodak, when they were the leader in film, you would have made a ton of money. But if you had nothing, all your funds invested in that, and you just wrote it, now you'd have $0. So generally over time, the market outpaces an individual security. But there's no guarantees. There's no guarantees. And Taylor, if you find this conversation helpful, I'd love it if you spread the word and if you followed the socials. I'm on everything. Some of them are real Free Advice Guy. My Twitter's unfortunately Free Advice Guy 1. I need to tweet at Elon and ask him, how do I get Free Advice Guy? Because the guy doesn't post. He's not active. I'm pretty sure it's a dead account. Well, so what do you think about putting 50 to 70% of income into safe investments if total expenses are low? That would be based on your risk tolerance and your overall feelings towards volatility in the market. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that approach. You won't make as much, but you don't need as much. As a financial advisor, I saw some crazy things where people who had $300,000 and $400,000 were going to be able to retire and live their lives because they had no bills. They were literally spending 20 grand a year. So they didn't need much money over time. What they had was enough. I'd seen people with millions of dollars who were going to run out of money in less than 10 years because they were spending hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. So it all depends on your stomach for risk tolerance and your overall emotional connection to the money and how the market moves. Investing is ultimately about what you can stomach with the market. There are some people who can't handle volatility at all, and they remain invested in cash their entire life. Their returns are obviously not nearly as high as being invested in stocks, but they sleep well at night. That's really what is important. The way you invest needs to align with how you sleep at night. If you're invested in a way that's hurting your quality of life, you're not invested properly. And then did you just happen to randomly find me on Kick, Taylor? Looking up stocks, or was there something else? How'd you stumble upon my page? Yeah. Hopefully you at least have money sitting there in a high yield savings account. There are money markets that are paying a good rate right now, which you could also get into. Actually, since you said Vanguard has a pretty high yield money market. But when it comes to overall investing, just remember, to reach your goals, you have to begin. Budget, emergency fund, set your goals, invest and save towards those goals, and navigate your life as it changes to establish new goals and reassess your whole picture. All right. Well, I can't speak for the UK one, although I wonder, does Vanguard get me into... global sites? Europe, UK, personal investors. Hey, we could choose your funds for you in a low-cost ISA. We'll match you with funds. So this is a managed account. It's about $60,000 just sitting there. Yeah. What is that money for, Taylor? Is it for retirement? Is it for something in the short term? Tell me a little bit more about what the money is actually for. I just want to see your money market equivalents. How do I get that? Level 1. Short-term money market. Here we go. Let's look at the full fund details of this. I'm 19, so I have no bills, living at home. Lucky enough to have wealthy parents. Hey man, that's awesome. So do you think that money is for like a home purchase? Do you want to set up early for retirement? Because we went over this a little bit earlier, but the rule of 72, if you assume a 7.2% rate of growth, your money will double every 10 years. So if you're 19 now and you just think about it for when you're, let's just say 69, right? At 29, it would be 120,000. At 39, it would be 240,000. At 49, you'd be at 480,000. And at 59, you'd be at close to $1 million. Just on the 60,000 you have right now. But if that money is for other goals, you got to think about it differently. Does this not have a interest rate? It's ISA ready. I just want to know what it's yielding. All right, so if you were to split it out, right, 30,000 and 30,000, that 30,000 would need, in that same time frame, you'd be at half the amount when it doubled. So you'd be at like what, 480,000 in 40 years if you just let it go at 7.2%. So, and if you're looking to buy a house, this is where the goal needs to match up, or you need to also align it with a time horizon and risk tolerance. Because if your house or any investment is less than 5 years, the goal or the time horizon for it, you probably don't want to be invested in stocks at all. You want to be invested in cash, maybe some short-term bonds, or I should say money market, short-term bonds, things like that, because the risk is that that money that you have invested for a house, and then you want to go and use that money, but the stock market drops. Now you have less money to use towards a house. So it's not there for what you really need it for. Do they not offer money markets? I will be able to add to the 60K, roughly get around 45,000 from working full time. I like it. So, so on my Patreon, you get access to, if you're one of the tiered members, you get access to this spreadsheet. I'm making a couple more tweaks to it before it actually rolls out. But this would tell you, it would help you set up your budget. And this is the most important part. This is the beginning of everything. You need to break down where every dollar is going, where every dollar is spent. So then you know how much surplus or deficit you have every month, every year, and you can plan accordingly around that. So, like, what are your expenses right now? Because I'm assuming your 45,000 is before taxes. Okay. And I think the taxes are relatively high in the UK. But I don't even know, because we talk about taxes not being high here in America, but they're pretty high. Yeah. Hey, well, that's good. But I would tell you, Taylor, step number one would be to get yourself a budget spreadsheet or a budget something that locks down every dollar. A lot of people underestimate the amount they're spending by like 30%. $1,500 on a car a year for insurance. Got insurance, phone, rent, utilities, gas, all that stuff. I like it. Yeah, because once you do that, you can actually budget for going out, right? Maybe even set up a bank account for it that you put X amount to going out on the weekends. And that way you're only spending from that account. It doesn't affect anything else. As long as you budget for it, you should be able to enjoy it with no stress. Sounds like you're in a good position anyway, but just in general, if you have a budget for going out, right? And this is one of the fun things about it. This is how I work as a human being. Let's just say I set, 200, $300 a month on going out with my friends. But for like 3 months, you only spend 150. So now in that fourth month, you have 450 extra dollars on top of it. Maybe that's the time you decide to take out all your friends one night and it's all on you for a night your friends can remember, right? This is where budgeting comes in and can have a tremendous impact on your life. I'm quite good at knowing when to spend, but also don't get to the point where I'm too obsessed. Don't spend it all. I agree. Balance is important. And I think, not for you necessarily, but for most people, a budget will help them find that balance. Most people just kind of fly by the seat of their pants, and they have no idea if what they're spending is okay. Hey Taylor, do you prefer Kick over Twitch, or what's your preferred streaming platform? Hey Roz. Yeah, so Roz, this is a spreadsheet for Patreon tier members here, but really it just breaks down. You put your income up here, what your net income is every month after taxes. and then you put in your bills here. This is not finalized, by the way. I'm making one tweak, but then you put what your costs are every month for different things. And then down here, it'll tell you what your surplus or deficit is every month, and then what your emergency fund should be. So if you want a 3-month emergency fund, it'll tell you 6, 12, 24 months what you would need in reserves as an emergency fund. One tweak I'm going to make is right now, if you are in the negative, it's just a negative number. I want to make this red. Oh, don't want to do that. It's personal feeling, Roz. So you'll hear emergency funds as low as whatever your highest deductible is. So if you have a deductible for an insurance that's $1,000, you need to have at least $1,000 in. I don't like that. There are some people, if you're in an industry that you know that you'll always have job security, some people like to have 3 months because they know they'll never go without a job for more than 3 months. But if they lose their job, they just want 3 months of money set aside to pay for their expenses to live their life. But if you're in a field that is maybe hard to get jobs, or, you could factor in things like COVID. People are out of work for 2 years. Some people want to have an emergency fund for 2 years. Yeah, it really is K-Day. So for me, Roz, 12 months. 12 months is the ideal emergency fund. That's what I like to keep. But it's really based on how much peace and security do you want with it. So the other things about this, Roz, your basic living expenses are the things that you can't live without. No matter what, you have to pay your rent, pay down loans, pay for electric and gas, stuff like that. So these are things that you have to have, you have no choice. And then your living good are the things that you could possibly live without. That's weird. Can't change these. Can't change those. Interesting. But you could change all. Oh no, you can't. Something's up with this sheet. So then your living good would be an example, like, let's just say you live in or you have a job that's highly sought after. You would never be, I actually have a YouTube short about that, K-Day, about not being able to go without Valorant skins. But your living good, okay, I'm sorry. So you have job security. You know you'll always be able to get a job. So your living good might be expenses that even if you lost your job, you wouldn't want to cut them out. Yeah, Roz, you actually said the word yourself. It would be a budget. So if I have a tiered savings approach, you should have, number one, I'm just going to go with US terms, a checking account. Your checking account should have a minimum balance in there that you consider your zero. Let's call it $3,000. And then that's where your paycheck goes in and all that sort of stuff. And then you can start creating different accounts for different things. Like my wife and I have a fund for vacations that we auto save every month, every paycheck, into a vacation fund. You could do the same thing for a going out fund, for fund money, that every month you want to spend $300 going out. So cool, create another account, auto draft $300 a month, or proportionately every time you get paid into that account. That way you always know you could spend that money to zero and it won't hurt you because it doesn't affect anything else in your life. And then the other benefit is if you go a couple of months without spending it all, you now have 1 month or however long for a big fat spending thing for you and your friends or you and your family to spend more. So separate accounts is another good thing. And then after that, that checking account, after all your automatic savings go into your fund money, retirement, other goals, anything you have above your set zero in your checking account, you can then throw towards your investing. So if you got $3,400 left in there the day before you get paid, you know you can put $400 towards investments for the long term. And then K-Day, it's not that you, if you can't live without Valorant skins, you just need to budget for it. How much do you want to spend every month on Valorant skins? Set that money aside. You know there's going to be months you don't buy any skins. So that'll add up, right? But if you made it $50, $6K, $6,000 a month on Valorant skins. Well, you need to be a baller, K-Day, to be able to spend $6,000 a month on Valorant skins. But as long as you budget it and it doesn't impact other aspects of your life, you can make it work if that's really what you want to spend your money on. Right? If you were making $200,000 a year, you might be able to get away with that. All right, that's not too bad. You've only spent like $150 on the game. Not terrible. I have spent more than that. I love the skins in the game. Valorant knew what they did. Come play our free game. We'll take pieces of your soul and your money for skins. Let's go. Yo, that's a lot. That is quite a bit. I need to stop sharing my screen for a little bit because I need to edit something I forgot about here. Do this. Edit video. Let's do this. Let's show more. Oh, it's already education. Sorry, I will show my screen back here in a second. I just need to edit my YouTube live. Save. Boom. Yeah, 2.7K is quite a bit to be spending on Valorant skins. But if you can afford it, it's not a big deal. Does that make sense, Roz? You know your name makes me think of Ra's al Ghul from Batman. Just wanted to throw that out there. All right, I'm going to go put this cup away. Let me know what other questions you got. All right. Hey, thanks, Taylor. Have a good night. All right, let's share the screen again. What do we think, guys? Are we reaching the Valorant stage of the stream? And Roz, I don't know if you saw any of this, but I worked on this yesterday. This is kind of the vision. Well, this is the vision statement currently. I don't know if it'll stick exactly. I might make revisions, but this is the vision statement. And this is what I kind of foresee for the future of Free Advice Guy. It feels succinct. I don't know, Roz. I don't actually know where to post this. I do think I'm going to make clips from it. Like, I think it took me 2.5 minutes. I read this out on stream yesterday. I think it took me 2.5 minutes to read it all the way through. And then I'm going to break it up into like 5 different videos and then create a playlist on YouTube so it's verbal and in video format. But I don't know where to post it. Description of the stream or of the channel? Both? Let's do this. I'll take the mission out, or should I leave the mission? You like the mission? All right, we'll leave the mission. Then save it. All right, so that is in the live video. Description is too long. Oh man, it's way too long. I'd have to figure out what to shave from here. Yeah, I don't even know what to. I'm gonna have to really look at this. I gotta shave off like 40%. No, more than 40. 60%. Okay, Roz, I like that. I'll definitely have to. All right, let's do this. Let's insert page break. Whoa, Control Z. There we go. Let's insert a page break. And let's start figuring out what we post for YouTube. So I have never used ChatGPT. ChatGPT. Which one? OpenAI or ChatGPT.com? OpenAI. All right, let's do it. Free, easy to try. Just ask GPT. Start now. All right. Condense this to 1,000. Was it 1,000 words or one? It was 1,000 characters, right? Yeah. I need our mission up there too, but all right, let's see what it does. Pew. Might redirect to another link. This is actually pretty good. That's kind of crazy. All right, let's see how many words this is. Chat GPT, that's the first. That is a free advice guy first, right there. How do I see how many characters this is? There we go. 800 characters with spaces, 955. What do you think of this? It totally got rid of our vision, though. Oh, I guess it didn't. It just doesn't say it's our vision. I could say, oops, our vision is to build a 976. This is kind of neat, Roz. I hope you didn't just turn me into a monster. I'm going to read it out loud, Roz, so you can hear it. I know we could both read it, but our mission at Free Advice Guy is to make financial wisdom accessible and foster financial literacy for everyone. Our vision is to build a collaborative community for personal financial advice guided by a certified financial planner professional, me. Unlike typical advisors who charge high fees, we offer free advice and support a community where people can share experiences and achieve financial goals together. You can support us by engaging with our live streams on Twitch, YouTube, X, TikTok, and Kick. Ask questions, watch, like, and share our content. For financial support, you could subscribe. Ooh, I don't want it to be to financially support us, maybe. You can subscribe for as low as $5 per month on platforms like Twitch and Kick, or donate via pay.freeadviceguy.com using Apple Pay, Google Pay, or credit cards. For a more consistent impact, consider our Patreon with tiers starting at $5, offering benefits like live discussions and private Q&As. Join us in making financial advice accessible to all. Let's begin to change the world together. Woo! Okay. See how many characters this is. 989. I'm going to see if my wife can come back here. Sounds pretty good to me. I think some stuff is unnecessary, like the Apple paying to credit cards. Okay. Yeah, that's true. That shaves off quite a few characters there. I like it. All right, I'm going to see if my wife will come in here and read it. I'm going to have to watch the kids for a minute if she's able to do it. Give me a sec here. My wife's coming in to read it. Be right back.
All right, this is a lot. Okay, what am I reading? This? Our mission at Free Advice Guy is to make financial wisdom accessible and foster financial literacy for everyone. Our vision is to build a collaborative community for personal financial advice, guided by a certified financial planner professional, me. Unlike typical advisors who charge high fees, we offer... No. Kids want to come in. Hey KK Day. Yeah, I'm Free Advice Girl. Where was I? Okay, unlike typical financial advisors who charge high fees, we offer free advice and support a community where people can share experiences and achieve financial goals together. You can support us by engaging with our live streams on Twitch, YouTube, X, TikTok, Kick, ask questions, watch, like, and share content. To financially support the mission, you can subscribe for as low as $5 per month on platforms like Twitch and Kick, or donate via payfreeadviceguy.com. For more consistent impact, consider our Patreon. I hear a baby crying. Consider our Patreon with tiers. Tiers starting at $5, offering benefits like live discussions, private Q&As. Okay? Join us in making our financial advice accessible to all. Let's begin to change the world together. That's pretty good. I think that's great. All right, I'm going to go tell him he will be back. See you later, chat.
All right. Yes. That was Free Advice Girl. All right. So, K-Day, this. I used ChatGPT to shrink it down to 1,000 characters. Did she like it? I didn't even talk to her about it. We just switched places because we got the kids. But this is the YouTube only allows for 1,000 characters. So this is too long. So is there anything, now that we're only at 944 characters, I think. Yeah, 944 characters. Was there anything from here? Double $5. Let's see here. Oh. It does talk about different platforms, though. Oh, I got you. Sounds good, K-Day. Have a good night. Have a good rest of your day. Thanks for coming by. So this isn't actually our mission. So I think that's something I need to change. No. All right, so how do I clean up this $5 thing? I agree with you. It is twice. Yeah, I appreciate it, K-Day. So how can I clean that up to financially support the mission? Should I just add? I do want it to be distinct, yes. Because it's Patreon is where the community gets more, for lack of a better term, intimate. That's where it's going to be people who are financially supporting the mission can go to get further, more intimate access. Like the Q&As will be just between those groups, stuff like that. Okay. Like that? Yeah, the $5 thing was. Although I think Twitch is no longer $5 a month. It's going to be $6 a month. Do you know what a Kick subscription costs? I'm just going to change this to 6. Oh, it doesn't say the free one. Because Twitch offers, that's what I have up here. Twitch offers a free subscription if you have Amazon Prime. I don't even know if Kick will. Let's see where it is. Let's see where we're at. Yeah, I mean, either I'm only there honestly, if one platform, 1028, yikes, I'm way over. But anyway, whichever platform allows, like whichever platform clicks first will be the platform I probably primarily use. Right now I stream on everything to hopefully attract an audience to one of them. If Kick were to be the one that took off, then I would probably fully commit to Kick. Or I'd at least do two, I don't know. Okay, that makes sense. I think that gets me under. Boom. Do you like it broken up like this? That did not work. I think for people's eyes, it's easier if they're broken up. All right, I'm going to publish this. We'll call this good for now. All right. All right. Should probably add links here. All right, that feels pretty good. All right, we will call that good for now. Chat GPT. Thanks a lot, Roz. I would have never done that. I would have just chopped away at it myself until I came up with something. All right, let's go to Twitch. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Use it for work all the time. Do everything. Can't do everything, but it can get you like 80% of the way there. Yeah, that's a huge head start. Does it create PowerPoints? Probably doesn't, right? It's just text. Yeah. The next thing I need to do is create a PowerPoint presentation for when I do in-person things as Free Advice Guy. It definitely, I just realized it definitely won't work on here because I don't know if I want to use any of this stuff later, but let's go in here. I have to put professional. There might be some startup doing that though. Man, that'd be great. All right, how do I edit this? It's not what I wanted. That might have been in here. Here we go. Yeah, this is only 300 characters. I mean, today popped off, Roz. It was really cool. Every day I've had decent conversations, but today there were multiple people who came in and had a bunch of questions. So today was a really fun day. Like, I can't believe it's already been 3 hours. But some of it's been repeatable. I've gone over the begin framework multiple times. What else? That's been fun. Going over the difference between buying individual stocks versus the whole fund, or buying an index fund. That's a lot of what it ends up being. How far can I get to 300 characters? There we go, just that. Maybe I'll just throw our vision statement here. Oh wow, that's exactly 300 characters. That's crazy. That works out kind of perfectly. Let's take a look here. What do you think of that, Raz? I love it. All right, let's go back to this. We could add more in the about me. Husband, dad, brother, uncle, friend. Yes, sir, Roz. Wait, are you a sir? Or did we already talk about this? I say yes, sir, to everybody, but I just want to make sure, if you're not a sir. All right, cool. Just want to make sure. There we go. I'm going to have to change my schedule here too, Roz. A lot of these finance people or stock people start significantly earlier. So I'd have to start being on before 7 o'clock local time if I want to be here. Oh no, the market opens at 9. I'd have to be on before 6. Yikes. Yikes. Might be worth it. Might be worth it. I'll probably give it a try for like a week or two just to see. All right, where else can I? It's very true, very true. I could stay up late every day and do it. My kids go to sleep pretty early, so I could always like sleep from 7 o'clock to 1 or 2 in the morning and then start streaming. Problem is I want to spend the morning with them as well when they wake up. So I'd have to figure out a process for that. Is there a way on Twitter to post? How do you go live just from Twitter? Any topics you want to talk about but haven't had the opportunity? I would say the Begin framework was a big one. I feel like I want to talk about that on every stream with a bunch of people, because people always jump straight to investing, right? Like, oh, I have $5,000. How should I invest? And that's without really looking at, like, should you be investing yet? Do you have a budget? Do you have an emergency fund? Those sort of things. I feel like those are big. I'll figure out how to go live some other time. Cancel. Yeah. But people want to jump straight into investing without really thinking about a plan for it. That's something. Streamiversary 8/28. What day of the week is that? Next Wednesday, huh? Maybe I could try a 24-hour stream then. Are there any topics you've seen in the world, Roz, that you think need to be addressed? Because thankfully, through different stuff, I've got to talk about quite a bit of the stuff. I know with this target audience, nobody's really thinking about the future, but I've still got to talk about, you know, planning for kids, college, homes. There are other topics like life insurance and really just how to make sure your assets are covered if something were to happen. Oh, they're offline. I don't know what I just did. For perspective, I'm 27, so saving for home is relevant for me. Also, life direction stuff, being semi-established, no kids for a while, but want to be responsible if when they come, saving for college, etc. Yeah, so you're kind of perfect, man. You're in the I'm saying you're about to enter the prime of your life. I know people say 20s, but you actually, honestly, my favorite years so far were my 30s. Although I just turned 40 this year, but you start to really fully understand yourself in the world at 30 years old. Although they say that continues to happen, but the begin framework is good for you because right now you can have a budget for you as a single guy, although you might not be single. Yeah, for some reason the white in the beard makes it seem older. I actually had a picture, Acer. Were you here earlier when I showed a younger picture of myself? All right, but sorry to keep that going, Roz. The oh man, let me get back to 2022. I'm gonna show you something here, Acer. Just got done with some dishes. I dig it. You can see this too, Roz. You're gonna be shocked. Let me make this a favorite in case I want to do this in the future. But all right, you ready for this? Y'all ready for this? Y'all ready for this? Yep. The picture definitely makes it seem darker. I don't know what it is about this picture. But, yep. Those, some caterpillars. I definitely got thick eyebrows. No doubt about it. All right, so back to same, except you remember a series of unfortunate events? Yes. Oh, okay, where they go like this? I call those wizard eyebrows. They always remind me of like Gandalf's eyebrows. All right, Roz, but right now in your current life, whether single, married, or anything like that, you have a budget, an emergency fund, you have certain goals, you're investing in savings towards those goals. But as your life changes, you need to navigate what you currently have as your goals and your plan for how to achieve those goals. So, right, when you get married, now you probably want to look at life insurance to make sure your wife is covered, wife or husband. Your spouse is covered in case something happens to you. I just started the Netflix show on that last night. Wow, that's crazy timing, Maniac. And then, maybe you want life insurance to cover your spouse should something happen to you. Then you get kids. Do you want to save for college for them? Because then maybe you want to start a 529. But during this whole time, you need to be readjusting your budget and seeing where you can move money from into these new goals. Oh yeah, that's right. I remember that Jim Carrey movie. Hey, Maniac, you missed... Actually, Acer, you missed this too. Roz was helping me. So check this out. Whoops. This was what we wrote and all that. And this is too long to post on YouTube. So Roz had me go to ChatGPT. So I used ChatGPT for the very first time on stream. And we turned this into this. So just to give you an example, this is missing the mission statement, but 2,320 characters, and we needed to get it under 1,000. We got it to 970. We did some edits to it or whatever, but dude, I had never used it before, and now I am a believer. Now I'm a believer. Is the Copilot good, Acer? Maybe I could have done that with this. ChatGPT was fun, though. And I just had no reason to do it, and then Roz brought it up, and then bam. Did it for the first time. Let's go. Yeah, they'll just have different engines behind them, but yeah. They get you probably to the similar space. Wait, actually, we could do this. Let's see here. All right, so where's Copilot? Maybe I don't have Copilot on this version. Oh, Bing. My bad. Bing is a search engine. All right. Either way, we got to where we needed to go. Did that make sense what I said there, Roz, on how Begin works with your life and how it'll change moving forward? That's weird. My headset is off, so my mixer isn't... Oh, I guess maybe just because there's no sound. Microsoft backs Copilot. Yeah, because Bing is Microsoft, right? Now I'm going to be on ChatGPT every day. The next big thing, I can't say what it's for, but I had a meeting today, a phone meeting today with somebody who works at a large company. And I thought later this week I was going to be a part of a meeting with them. All right, let's go to Bing. Copilot, ask me anything. Condense this into 999 characters or less. Oh, okay. I like that. What metals Vale trades in? Yo, these spam things are crazy. Man, I think they steal other people's accounts. This original bird has been around since 2019. So they got their 5-year-old account stolen, and then it's going to get banned. Yeah, it's pretty cool. You can keep going. This is nuts. All right, since I did it on OpenAI, I'm going to do this. Wait. Can I, if I just type in a new question, does it start over? Maximum character limit reached. Well, that's unfortunate. New topic. Oh man. No, this is not going to be more, but each tier. So where are we at here? Missing this part. I'd be interested in the timing of things though. Like let's say I want kids, but I'm still single. Would opening a 529 now and contributing a bit here and there, then changing beneficiary be viable? What framework do you use to translate a life goal into a financial one? For that question specifically, you can't open a 529 until you actually have a kid with a social. It's kind of frustrating because it'd be nice if you were married. You might be married for 2 or 3 years and then you want to start saving up. So you could start putting money away into like an individual brokerage account and then move that money over, but I think you'd have to pay gains and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, that's too bad. So the timing, you definitely want to be ahead of it. So you'd want to know, like for the kids thing specifically, all right, you're pregnant, and you know the baby's coming in June. How do I start planning so that I'm ready? So you get the on the date of birth, if it allows you to create an account online, boom, fund it immediately. Or do you need paperwork to start the account? So you get that early, have it filled out, and when the baby's born, you get the information, you put that information down, and then you're ready to go. What framework do you use to translate a life goal? It's really just planning ahead, right? Almost nothing happens unexpectedly except emergencies. That's what your emergency fund is for. Everything else you can plan ahead, right? Like, so right now, Roz, you know, one day, I don't know if you said you were married or not, but let's just say you weren't married and you want to get married. You know, you're eventually going to have to buy a ring if that's what you want to do. So how much do you want to spend on that ring? Well, you can start saving now so that by the time you're ready, boom, you have the money sitting in an account to buy the ring instead of trying to put it on a credit card or take out a loan to buy that ring, if that makes sense. Man, I really wanted to see what ChatGPT would do. I don't know what to cut out here. Here, I know part of what I'll take out. We ended up getting rid of it anyway. That's not going to be nearly enough. Hey, that's always nice, Acer. Oh, okay, all right. That works. One of 4. How do I get to the other 4? Two of 4. Treat it like a person. Okay. Let's do this again. Step by step. So we got the first half. Condense this into 1,000 characters. Oh, what about the other two? Three of four. Let's try this. Yeah, it looks like it. Like only four total for the questions. Interesting. Google Gemini. Yeah. Looks like it's per, because this is one of four. That's interesting. It did just make something. Oh, never mind. I already had that. Too much GPT for me. Too much AI. All right, just want to check out a couple of things here. Yeah, I've heard that these aren't OpenAI. I mean, the character limit alone is big, but I kind of like the nuance that ChatGPT put on it more than the Bing one did. So, oh man, what was I saying here? Oh, I've heard that the AI now isn't actually AI. It's just programmed language, so it's not an actual artificial intelligence, if that makes sense. Could be wrong. That's what I read. So we had a pretty flat market today. Dude, look at some of these crazy changes in some of these companies. This is one of my favorite things to look at every day, and you generally only see this in the US market. This company went up 100% today. Almost 100% today. A bunch of these in the 30s it went up. Let's look at these decliners. Look at these decliners in a single day. And then look at this compared to the Europe market. The gainers. The biggest gainer in the market, in the European market, was a little over 2%. The biggest decline was almost 7.5%. Let's go to the Asian markets. The gainers. The biggest gainer was 3.64%. That's actually pretty big for the Asian market here, over 10%. The one thing people often forget about that, stocks can decline by 900% daily. Yeah, it's true. It's very true. They get delisted at $1 though, right? It's like a cryptocurrency and what it did today. Not much movement. Let's see here. Let's see what Investopedia says. The most common standard price, for example, a company share price under $1 for a period of months. All right, so it'll be months before they get delisted after the warning. Very interesting. Very interesting. All right, Acer, did you get to see this stuff too? Spreadsheet, I think you've seen this in the past. I'm looking at things I need to edit. Like right now, I don't like that someone can edit the surplus and deficit and change everything. I don't like that they can't edit the category boxes. Whoops. Control Z. All right, so what do you think for this? Cruise had a nice pullback for the last 3 trading days. Does that mean it's going to be a buy? We were going over it while you were working Make the other day. All right, so let me ask you a couple questions on this. Cruise, first of all, are you looking at... I'm going to make it so the surplus deficit, when it goes into a deficit, not a financial advisor, well, just as like a human being, if your surplus deficit, when it goes below 0, I'm going to have it changed to red, the number to be to red. Would it also be beneficial if it's over $1 to be green? Wow, 30% increase in the position. That's crazy. Not crazy bad, just crazy to hear a 30% increase in the position. There we go. All right. Still. It's not a bad idea. How do I get the spreadsheet to them? Ooh. Yeah, I messaged them. They haven't messaged me back. Actually, I should probably not pull her messages up on stream. Let me see here. Yeah, I messaged on about 24 hours ago and they have not responded. Oh, it looks like they no longer exist. That would be why they're not responding. That's interesting. Why did their account go away? Yeah, let's do it, Acer. Wow, that's a pretty cool benefit. I wonder how they're making money. That's what I want to know. It's called stonks.com, Roz. Somebody messaged me on Twitch and asked me about it. Like, how do I find out if someone is legit, Acer? Like, someone named Muskan Badoria reached out to me. Oh, wait. Now it's working. What the? That's weird. That's really weird. It says they're a lawyer and an influencer. They almost appear AI in their images on Instagram. Pinterest, Stonks. Well, never mind. They have 1,000 followers and over 500 connections on LinkedIn. This person looks legit. All right. Appreciate that, Acer. Got to edit my panels on Kick as well. Okay, I think that's done. Prize pool being 10K next week? Yikes, really? So do you get paid 10K for winning? Wow. How do you win, Acer? Man, that's pretty cool. But a bunch of people will have like the same guesses, no? Or will they only let you, if you have a ticket, you get 2 guesses, and once that guess is gone, you don't get it anymore? Ah, okay. Wow, so it's all about speed. You got to get the guesses that you want. I can hear my kids squealing in the background. That's so cute. All right, so that got you nothing, right? Let's see here. Oh no, that's right. You did make $3 and descending there. So all the way to 500th place. So you got $3 for having the 117th and 400th spot. I need to stop sharing my screen for a minute. It's very smart, very smart. Oh no, I lost. It's very smart. All right. I just emailed the Stonks lady. We'll see what happens. Do you know where Stonks is located out of? Let's actually give them a look here in a second. Predict Zoom price. Win when market closes. Hey, there's you right there, Acer. Oh, I don't. It appears there's a sort of gambly part of it, but I think there's also streamers. Right? It could be me, Acer. It could be me. So, and you said another guy multi-streams 2 stonks, correct? How do I look at streamers? Like, would they just show up here as channels if they were live? Interesting. So this is interesting. You can listen to the earnings call here. Is that what this is? So if you want to listen to the AutoZone earnings call, interesting. This is a lot of information. This is definitely more than I thought it was going to be, Acer, for sure. I'm going to go tell my wife about this real quick. I'm going to have her do some research. So if no previous stuff, only future stuff. So if say Stock Jock was streaming right now, you'd see it on channels and it would show live. Bro, how many users do you think? So it says there's 66 people right now in the chat. Is that right? Am I reading this correctly? Wait, what happened? It was messages and now it's prices. Oh, okay, I got it. Interesting. That's so funny. I could see it. So global isn't spanned. They're splitting it soon. Okay. So is there a way to change it from global chat? I wonder if they have a bot problem yet. Every place has a bot problem. If I write test, what's going to happen here? Is it going to block me because I don't have an account? All right. Yeah, it blocked me. All right, let me go. Let me go tell my wife about this. I'm gonna see if she can research this. So that's interesting. So stonks used to be something else. They've gamified it. This is very interesting. Like this reminds me of high school economics because you'd have those things like, oh, what are these stocks gonna do? Who's gonna have the most money in the end? Yeah. Thanks, Roz. Have a good one, man. Stonks. So this person on LinkedIn has Stonks as their employer, but it has parentheses Streamlabs. Oh, and they're in an internship. Wait, this is kind of crazy. They were a senior associate at a law firm, corporate paralegal, legal intern. Why would they be an intern? Oh, okay, maybe they're not an actual attorney. IP law. I have friends in IP law. Man, this is kind of crazy, Acer. Since talking to you, how much has been updated and changed in just that short amount of time? Her pictures still seem kind of AI. I'm not gonna lie. Anyway, I guess it doesn't matter for now. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Because it is kind of crazy. So 74 people in global chat. Like, does it show you how many people are watching a stream when they're watching it? Really? So what is like Stock Jock normally have when he's on Stonks? So I think he's got a couple of thousand on Twitch normally. And then be right back. I'm gonna go tell my wife and use the restroom. Okay, Eddie. Yo, what's up, Danny? How's it going, brother? Hey, Eddie, I sent another email to someone else who originally reached out to me, but you want me to email you as well? Danny, I heard the news, by the way, brother. I'm free advice guy. I heard the news, Danny. I heard the news, and I couldn't be happier, brother. Yes, sir. Giving free advice to the masses, baby. Trying to build a community. Take a look at this thing I built here. This is really long, but this is our vision statement. The founders of Streamlabs came together and made Stonks. Oh, you know the news, Danny. Oh, are you asking my username in email? I got an email from Muskan. Muskan. Muskan? So I have her email now. Oh, I did not create a username on Stonks yet. Should I go ahead and do that? Welcome back, Acer. Eddie's in the chat from Stonks. Oh no, I'm not. No. Sorry. The what happened was I got reached out to last week by Muskan. No, you didn't disturb me. I got reached out to by Muskan on Twitch. So I was trying to reach back out to her to set up a meeting, and I emailed her, and the email worked, but I couldn't get back in touch with her on Twitch. So I emailed her, and she just emailed me back. Yo, what's up, Christums? I told Danny I know the news, Christums. He's playing all coy. I already know. I already know. He said, "What news? What news?" I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. He probably didn't even. Maybe he doesn't realize it's. Doesn't realize I didn't know the news. I don't know. But now I know the news. I'm on the in crowd. But hey, Eddie, if I set up one of these meetings, will you be in it? Or are you a part of the dev team? Dev there. All right. Hey, well, I appreciate it, Eddie. I appreciate you coming through. Yeah, I know the secrets, Danny. Dame un beso. That is a big plus, Acer. Hey, Eddie, do you know how much of this email I'm allowed to share? I don't want to be sharing, secrets or anything. Maybe Eddie's already, I don't know. All right, I'll just share the basics here, but looks like they're setting up founders for early streamers to stocks. The ultimate live streaming platform designed specifically for the financial markets. The founders of Streamlabs came together and made stonks. Yes, the same Streamlabs. The first 100 creators, hosting game show. All right, now I'm getting kind of pumped. Hey, Moky Butts, or is it Mucky Butts? Hey, you guys are very responsive. That's pretty cool. I don't know if you have any sway, but I do wonder if what I do is what you guys are looking for. As devs, you might not know that, but I'm actually a certified financial planner professional. I've been one since 2014. I worked at Vanguard for 13 years, and I quit my job last month and relaunched Free Advice Guy. Our mission is to empower millions of everyday people by making financial wisdom and guidance accessible to all, fostering widespread financial literacy. So, the coolest Free Advice Guy lore. So I don't know if I exactly line up with what Stonks is looking for, because I'm not necessarily an individual stocks guy. And if that's what this platform is mostly about, I don't want to be a cooler to that, you know? Danny! With the tier 1. I love it, Danny. Thank you. I think that's in line with what we're looking for. Scan can confirm. All right. Well, I'll schedule a Zoom call with somebody and know for sure. Because what I do is unique. I don't think there's anybody else doing what I do, at least credentialed. You might have guys talking about finance, but they aren't credentialized. I saw that. Yeah, it's right here. But dude, being a founder on a site would be sweet. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Build up something from the bottom. I helped start the Texas site for Vanguard. Actually, Danny and Chrisums, did you guys know I worked for Vanguard? Did I tell you guys that? Yo, Chrisums with the tier 1. Yo, Danny and Chrisums, you guys are awesome. Dude, Danny, Chrisums, you guys have been here on big days for my stream. This is kind of weird timing. I'm actually looking at this website that you see on my stream, Stonks. So, yes, you guys are all here. So if I end up doing something with Stonks, you guys will be here for that as well. This is nuts. But I got reached out to by somebody there, and they're looking to form their initial group of streamers. So I'm going to give it a serious look. This website right here has a ton of information. They have all the earnings calls and stuff. That's crazy. I'll remember you guys forever. I'll be an old man. I'll be like, on my deathbed, I'll be like, Boo, I need you to reach out to Kristams and Danny. Let them know it's my time. All right, that's probably too serious. My bad. My bad. That's what I'm talking about, Danny. I was so sad. I lost my immortal. And Danny was like, I'll get you back. And then, bam, I was immortal again. Although I'm Diamond 3 right now, Danny. Meet mer. Meet mer. No fun. Let's go. Yeah, Danny, you're only Diamond 2 because you don't play much anymore. What do you spend your time doing now? I don't see you streaming as much or playing as much. I know what you're doing. You're on the phone. Thanks, Eddie. I appreciate you reaching out. Yeah, you too, Moki. It's almost monkey, but not quite. So this is kind of exciting. I'm reading the PDF right now. I probably can't do this. A daily game with a hefty prize pool starting at $1,000. Partnered with creators to host the game. Wow. So I think certain things you'd have to stream specifically on Stonks and other things on other channels. Studying my IT certs. I love it. You guys have fun. That's what makes it beautiful. Hey, do you know if someone's on a hype train, does that get them boosted to like the Twitch front page or anything like that? Here's a hype train going right now for 20 seconds. So I'm just wondering if other people will join. Man, I swallowed air. I'm dying. Yo! Danny with 5 gifted. That's crazy. That's funny. Eddie, the Comfy Vibes, and Moki, the three of my newest people here. Danny, I love you, man. 5 subs, you're crazy. 6 for the stream, that's crazy. Love you, Danny, man. So, do you know what specifically IT you want to get into? There's no cooler chime than that. Bring, bring, bring. Ads snoozed automatically for 5 minutes. Nice. Why would somebody... I have the option to run an ad here. Why would you run an ad when you're on a hype train? That is so weird. 10 subs this stream? Is that right? Because what it was... 2 from... Oh yeah, I think you're right. Holy cow. All right, Christums, Danny, Soft. Do you see this site that I'm looking at here? They're looking for founders, streamers. The guys who created this site are the founders of Streamlabs. Yeah, no, I agree, Christums. I want as little ads as possible. You know, I actually switched, was able to just drop a line and wait for someone to pick it up. Yeah, that's true, Acer. Right now, short term, I'm thinking, men, but later on, I want to be a cloud administrator. Yo, I like that. Yeah, that's good, Danny. But once you have the experience, that's the type of field you can go solo in as well. But the creators of Streamlabs created this page. And they created this website, Stonks. And they're looking to build a streamer platform. I'm going to set up a call with them to talk about it. Speak with somebody who knows, because I'm not sure what I do is what they're looking for. But do you know Stonks, Danny? What referral, Acer? How does that work? They're starting 25 tickets per referral. Oh, okay. All right. So I wonder how it goes though, because the man, I want to know how to pronounce her name correctly. Muskan reached out to me first about it, but you sold me on it. But that's because I didn't talk to her. I was just unsure of the validity. You got me. You should get something, Acer, because you helped me. I just know VOO, the 500 index fund, Danny. That's the one that most people know. But you should get something because you helped convince me to look into this further. Like if you didn't message me about this, I don't know that I would have followed up. Now I'm actually excited to follow up and speak with them. It's exciting. You could just add me as a friend if you want. And then send it to me directly. It's actually Free Advice Guy. I don't know how you pull me up. I think it's my Free Advice Guy is my actual username on Discord. I just go by 2woke. But yes. 2woke is my gamer tag. All right, so when I sign up, oh, I get it. So when I sign up for Stonks, I use your link and it links to you for credit. All right, I got a level 2 hype train emote. Nice. This has been a pretty incredible day. 25 tickets guesses for the game for my trouble. Nice. How do I share this? Let's go. Boom. Share. So I'd have to sign up tonight for you to get tickets tomorrow? What if I sign up tomorrow? Then you get tickets on Thursday? Oh, okay. So I'll wait until tomorrow to sign up. All right. I will wait till tomorrow to sign up. There we go. I won't sign up today no matter what. I almost just signed up right here. Blammo. Really excited about this idea. Hey, Moki, how did you get connected? What brought you on to Stonks? What sold you to work for him? 3 years. So I'm assuming there was a lot of work done the previous years since it launched August 1st, which is crazy. Man, I wish I would have known that because I didn't start talking finances until August 1st, but I relaunched Free Advice Guy August 1st. Okay. This project for streaming or for tickets? Okay. Is streaming like the next big frontier in for stonks? Live streaming? Nice. Private market investing, demo day hosting, tax tools, etc. Well, it's the birth of Wall Street Bets meets Twitch. It's the perfect combo. Does seem really cool. Are you able to talk about, and it's okay if you can't, I can ask this during my call, but how revenue is generated? Is it through viewership and advertising, or is there something else? Let me go tell my wife I forwarded that to her. Give me one sec. All right. Danny, subscribe to YouTube. Let's go. Well, put your YouTube username. I'm dying. Ugh. All right. I love that idea. Hey, am I pronouncing it right? Is it Moki? Oh, man. There we go. I'm Luke Halter. I never said my full name on stream before because, you like to have some anonymity when you're online. But for me to use the Certified Financial Planner credential, I have to I have to have my name out there, so I gotta have it. That is a cool name, Brock. I imagine you're like buff and ripped. Your 8-pack has a 6-pack, you know what I mean? I float. Nobody's getting to that layer of protection easy. Nobody. Sorry about that, Danny. Not a problem. I appreciate you subscribing. I got a bunch of clips on there. I try to post like 2 daily. Actually, before the end of the stream, I should probably do it. Let's see here. The last one I did was, what if there is a housing crash? What is the next one? Dude threatened to swap me on PlayStation once, so I gave him my full name and told him to try. Yikes. Yeah, swatting is a scary thing, man. It's a scary thing. It's honestly the type of thing that makes me want to go to an office or have a place to go to stream. As they should. I mean, that's, if you look at it at its it could be considered attempted murder, swatting somebody. Because, like, especially at night, someone tries pounding in your door and you don't know who they are, and you know, you bring out a gun to protect yourself, they're gonna kill you. Or if you just don't know who's pounding on your door and you seem like you're ready to fight, then they could kill you. It's kind of crazy, really. This has probably been my best stream day of the relaunch. Great conversations, friends coming in, people subbing for each other, gift subs. It's been a crazy day. Remember, the 20th of August. Possibly some change on the horizon. It is a good day. I never like to get my hopes up too much, but I'm getting ready to raid somebody, but I got a few more minutes. Are you guys down to be a part of a raid? Hey, I appreciate it, Acer. Did we first start talking on August 5th, Acer? What was the date that we started talking? Or was it just last week? Man, really? That was just, what, Friday? Was the 15th Friday? Wow. It somehow feels like I've known you longer. Because weren't you a part of my raid to Jesse on Friday? Or that dude, Jesse? Oh, Thursday. All right. Still. All right. I'm going to quit sharing my screen. We're going to post a clip here. Should I post one about student loans? Let's see what this clip sounds like, shall we?
Make sure you understand your loan documents, what you're going to have to pay back when your loan comes due. I think it's sort of a sticker shock for people because while they're in school, they don't pay anything. Then they graduate. They don't even necessarily have a job. But they graduate. It's like, all right, now start paying us $800 a month. And it's shocking to somebody who hasn't even collected their first paycheck already be on the hook. You should understand.
Uh-oh, is that a part 1 and a part 2 clip? I don't even know. Hold on.
You need to fully understand what you're getting into with student loans. Don't just do it because everyone else is doing it, because the school counselor is recommending you do it, or all of that. You need to take out a student loan because you think you're getting a return on investment.
All right. I'll post those 2 tomorrow. What about international stocks? Let's go.
Like 2009 or 2010, domestic stocks have absolutely obliterated international stocks. So at some point, I believe that will flip. Like the United States, no matter what you think about where our economy sits right now, is probably the best economy in the world. Other countries are lagging, the rest of the world is lagging. At some point they'll catch up. When they do, kind of expect the emerging markets and international markets, stock markets specifically, to start performing like they've been predicted.
All right. We're going with the international stocks. Let's do it. That's a really good question, Danny. I haven't fully figured it out, I'll be honest with you. I am really not sure at the moment. I have to figure that out. Because Patreon is so new, I have a buddy who signed up for it. Because he always does those sort of things. Wiz, if you know him. And I got to figure that out, what exactly I want to do. Because right now, no. But I should. Maybe do longer form content. And then post that directly to YouTube. Or, I'm sorry, directly to Patreon. I'm not sure. What are your thoughts? Why is this taking so long to upload this video? Danny, I'm getting Google Fiber, by the way, at some point. Yeah, they're installing it in my neighborhood as we speak. It wasn't in my area. I wrote them, and you can go to their request site, and if they're anywhere near your area, you can ask for them to come to yours. And I wrote it, or I filled it out, you know, thinking it would just go into the abyss. And then like 2 days later, the guy messaged me back. He's like, "Hey, we've approved your area." What? And then they started putting it in a few weeks later. Right, I guess like 2 months later. It's crazy. All right, Acer. So I'll be excited to have fiber instead of this terrible cable internet. Wait, isn't Spectrum? Oh, Spectrum does have fiber. I see all their ads. Spectrum fiber. What? How do you have fiber in your podunk town? Who do you know? Coolamy, North Carolina. All right. Once this is done uploading, I'll just jump from 60 to 90%. All right, here we go. All right, let's post some hashtags with this. Post. Just posted a clip on Twitter. Let's go to TikTok. I get no views on TikTok, but that's okay. It'll change one day. Apparently finance TikTok is a thing. Also, I think you should make longer form videos in depth on Patreon than make a general video on YouTube. I'm trying to take too much away from YouTube versions. I like that. I live 100 yards off the Yadkin River. Nice. I get like 800 down but 20 up. Yeah, I get something similar like that. I think I get like 1,000 down and 100 up, Danny. Finance TikTok. Working on my hashtags. I just got to figure out what those long form videos are, Danny. The main problem, to be straight, is once somebody understands like what I consider the 5 steps to financial planning, that's really all I have. Any other video I make, would just be like random stuff from like just because. I don't know how to describe it. See where he responded on how they want to. Yeah, I did, Acer. That's kind of cool. All right, we go to Instagram. Let's create a post. Sorry, I'm trying to get the right. Oh man, it doesn't have international. Come on. I gotta figure out what to do with social media here, Danny, because all my stuff is basic through something called CrossClip. So if you look at any of my clips, those are created through CrossClip, and they put captions on the screen for you, which is nice. No. But I'm not good with editing videos. It is a problem. All right, I think we're going to go ahead and raid someone now. Who should we raid? Should we raid Tadox? Tato? Yeah, let's raid Tato. Let's see here. you guys wouldn't mind, Tato's actually a friend of the group. So if you could say hi and be friendly to him, that'd be great. Raids always feel awesome. All right, I just posted on Instagram. Let's go to YouTube. All right, we're going to go ahead and raid Tato now. If you haven't yet, I would love it if you followed, liked, subscribed to the social media. Give me a heart when you get a chance or a thumbs up. But I'm going to send it over to Tato now. I love you guys. And I'll be back tomorrow at the latest, possibly tonight. Not 100% sure. We'll figure it out. But I love you guys, and we'll talk to you then. Bye, everybody. Hey, Texas, if you're still there, what do you think about the proposed 25% unrealized gains tax being flouted around? Is that even possible? If they make it a law, it's possible. We've got to see. The Supreme Court didn't end the debate, so that's a little bit unfortunate. So I think even if they pass a law, it's going to be challenged in the courts, and we'll see what they end up doing. It feels unconstitutional to me, but you never know. You never know. Same. Good stream, dude. Texas. This was an amazing day. What's funny is I'm off stream on Twitch now, but I'm still going on Twitter, TikTok, and I need to mute this. Sorry. Twitter, TikTok, and YouTube. But I'm about to cancel now. I hope you have a great rest of your night. It's time for dinner with the fam. Bye.